Alright, 40 minutes, huh? Drive. Cause that one's in there, right? I have to check now. Oh, this is all I got. Yeah, you got the song in your head, don't you? Yeah, some one of you, something. Uh-huh. Alright, so, let's see here. Now open this up on the computer, because the phone doesn't seem to give me the freaking names. Oh, that's right. I could just list it that way. That's much better. Alright, yeah, I got that part too, so delete that. And then that's part 3 technically, so I should really rename that. So do you want to rename it? I can't rename it, I don't think. That's copy. Nope. Nope, I don't think I can rename it. Okay, well, anyways. Alright. We're gonna get some coffee. Need some food, man. I'm thinking of Dominic Monaghan with like the mohawk hair and the smoky eye, doing that thing. I'm coming towards you. Did I upload that for reals already, huh? Seriously? The entire thing already? I thought, like, it would be really super slow, like last night. Anyways, okay, so that works. That works. Dominic Mama Ham. Dominic Mama Ham. Oh fuck, it's like a ham with his hair and the eyeshadow and everything, just walking around. Look at this fucking lizard. It's crazy. Dude's a really nice dude from what I hear too. So, or what I've seen, so, you know. I wonder if he would be too mad at the whole idea of somebody doing that. Alright, let's, I'll keep both these smoothies here as is. Kind of. Slap, 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 slap on my lap, over and over, bouncing down and up. Got your fucking hair in my face, can't help but love every second. Up and down, down, then up, up, then down, down, then up. Getting that fucking noise going, hearing those steps every time, getting a little closer to that fucking edge. Yes, keep on going up and down, baby. But I'm gonna do a dab. No, why you do it over there? Because, like, the air is more still. I can turn on the vent. It's gonna be a little bit more intimate. You don't really care. I just wanted to do it over there. That's the only reason why. There's a big conspiracy, specifically due to the nature of the rotation between the Earth and Sun, coinciding together with this particular bathroom at this time and date. Anyways. Are you mocking me? No. 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 That implies that I think anything is mockable. It's fine if you want to believe that. Just highly, 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 very extremely unlikely that it means anything. So, anyways. Just putting that out there. Alright, let's get some toothpicks, blow dry this. Ear swab things, not swabs. That's great. What's going on over there? Good to bring you in along for the ride, didn't I? You missed nothing. Literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. What was it? It's the air can drying off the excess isopropyl on the nail. Okay, it smells okay for the most part. It's cracking over here. Why? Because either my head or someone's head immediately went, well, if you grabbed me there and then you lifted me up, you'd be able to toss me like so. And I went, you're right, but at the same time, that's a lot of work, and I'm not doing that. Bitch, I got back problems. I'm not throwing out my back trying to throw some fucking arm just because it's part of your fantasy. Maybe in the water. So less weight, anyways. It's not less weight, less resistance, less drag, buoyancy forces, counteract the overall weight. Anyways. When you nerd out about how you're going to toss your significant other in the ocean. Oh, because she wants to have a little fun like that. So you do get nerded, like you will actually use your brain to come up with ways to entertain yourself. Like, yeah, of course. Yeah, but you meant something else, didn't you? Mm-hmm. Use that special little brain of yours to concoct little tiny things for everybody to enjoy. Oh. That's what you want to call that. I just call that having a life or something. I don't know. Like you don't have, basically. Yep. Temperature too high? A little bit. Everybody gets to hear me. Oh, you know what? That's something I should say. I used to, in this particular restroom, this is where I started. Like, once I finally got my card and my everything like that, and stuff got settled, I would smoke in the restroom, have the vent on. Nobody likes that. Vent's not going to take care of that amount of smoke either. So, it's sort of like what's happening now. I might be hotboxing myself just a little bit. Just a little bit. Can definitely smell that vapor. Let me just sit down over here. Might not be so dense. Damn. One of you loves hearing me do this. That concerns me. Like, if you're going to get enjoyment out of hearing me do this, why not just give me some money? Like, bitch, ain't nothing for free. You want to hear me enjoy this? What you willing to pay? It's like, I'll let you watch. What cash you got in your pocket right now? Fucking ain't gonna have any of my shit either, too. You just get the beer, you get to watch, you get some secondhand shit, that's all you got. You fucking love it, too. It's like bug bombing. Is it really? It's pretty dense. Yeah. I'm still kind of thinking about Billy. She had really good looking hair. Like, she did up everything. Like, she was on point. Do you use heroin? Hey, no. I fucked around with tramadol in the past, and that shit actually did in the maybe 4 times total, 5 perhaps, I used it. Was pretty significant, and I wanted to use again. And if I had the opportunity to buy and purchase all that knowledge and motivation, I would probably have a habit, if not a drug addiction. So, yeah. Don't fuck around with opioids. Telling it like it is, man. Don't fucking fuck around with them. One too many times, you've got the fucking money, you just want to feel good. It's right there in front of you, tempting you. It's not great. Instead, you know what's better? Me. Get your ass over here, suck my dick. What? I don't know, it's not a very good verse. It's the same thing I say every time. I'm getting bored of saying it. I'm tired. Need new creative outlet. Something else I should do. why. Because I'm like, suck a clit. It's like, bitch. Which one of you's taking care of my girl? She's been left alone for a while. Nope. Anyways. Thought you could touch her, didn't you, motherfuckers? Anyways. Tease. I mean, the women can play, that's fine, whatever, I don't give a shit. I really don't care, honestly, if you're in a relationship. Go for fucking having fun! Do your damage today! It's Friday. Motherfuckers. Get depraved, get low, get high, up in the floor, get yourself dancing around, move a groove and shake a rug out. Cause rug's a little dirty. Rug's a little dirty. Fucking do it out back. Then come back inside. I got a drink for you, some shit. You can have fun. If you don't want the drink, that's fine. You can do something else. We got stuff. But it's only because it's Friday. Don't fucking do this tomorrow. Unless you can't party tonight, in which case, that's Saturday. And if you can't do Saturday, that's Sunday. But honestly, don't do Sunday night stuff. Guys, if you have stuff on the Mondays, you can't do the Sundays. You just can't. It's detrimental, babies. This is detrimental, my children. It's not as efficient as you could think it to be. It's far better to take care of yourself, to sleep appropriately, to have and use self-care techniques to gain betterment of oneself, to then enjoy other things. But when can someone enjoy themselves, they may be able to enjoy others, or even mundane things once more. So lift your spirits up, keep them high, don't get fucking drunk, or too drunk. Seriously though, like, if you drank with me and you're doing my thing, you're not drinking tonight. Damn it. Fucking damn it. Some of us don't have fucking marijuana, man. We only have the alcohol. Yeah, shit. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Okay. Just fucking moderate it. Make sure you get some yogurt going before and in the morning, and be careful. Make sure to eat properly. Do your best to limit the amount of damage you're going to experience. Because it's damage to the body that you have to recover from. So. And for those of you who do have drinking problems, don't fucking get drunk. Do something else. Have another outlet. Why? Why? It's healthier for one thing. You'll feel better in the long run for another. If you really want to get down to it, it might introduce some new doors that you'll open maybe one day after a while with this new hobby, this newfound passion, love in your life. Might lead you to pursue avenues you wouldn't have considered otherwise. All it took was putting down alcohol and picking something else up. It's difficult, takes time, it's doable. It can be done for any action. Almost, I should say almost. Some of you have an extremely hard time and do need certain medications to significantly help. Significantly help. So that's a thing too. And you need therapy. There is no magic cure. You need therapy. There's a reason why you took those actions to keep those things going. There's nothing wrong with taking certain things to have fun or to manage certain things. Because certain drugs should really be more considered medication, while they can be used recreationally or even used appropriately, very much medication. So, that's not really alcohol though. Alcohol is not like it's a drug or cocaine. You just can't really, I don't really know of anybody that's like, you know what? Spritzer spray of cocaine in each nostril. Anyways, not gonna get that, not gonna get into it. But yeah, there are probably other use case scenarios for those medications, however. And there are alcohol as a sterilizer. And other things for the body as well. But they do actually use a very clean version to apparently help kill bacteria or something, I forget. And then cocaine was an anesthetic for a good while there. So there's that. Anyhow, point is, the current medications that we have are subpar in some cases to what is already known about and can be used. It's just that it's much more effective to only slightly manage and sort of keep them on the hook, I think. It's not really the case. I think most psychiatrists are brought up in a school system to believe that these are the only medications and these other things can't be done, or you should only listen to, it's like, I just feel like there's a disconnect there. And they're only given information that is basically to what is the professor or whoever that is teaching is in their mind important. Meaning it could be only American medicine techniques that have ever been discussed. No other studies outside of America seem to count. Whereas science begs to differ as it stays true regardless of where you are in the world. So, if you're using scientific techniques or studies to base your medicine on, it stands to reason that it should be accepted everywhere. Everywhere. Don't you think? But it isn't. So, what gets taught are mostly certain things. Now, they are opening up. I've kind of seemed to have seen certain indications, at least when I went to that one hypnotist guy, they seem to have started certain alternative cares, recommending more chiropractor or osteopath and physical therapy alongside and other things alongside to increase basically just to increase the likelihood of you being functional without needing painkillers or something else. It's tougher. I feel like more they offer. See, that's the thing. In my rare case, though, they offered both scenarios. I saw both of them get happy when I decided to go along the route of, physical therapy. However, it wasn't until I started really consuming cannabis again while going through physical therapy that I was really doing better in physical therapy alongside my supplements and everything else. So, and the shot, whatever the flu shot was, from that point it was pretty good. It's like, anyways. What am I thinking of? What about the possibilities of a universal, schooling system that's individualized care, almost like in that Spock thing, where they kind of get taught by an AI program with a computer. They can sit, do whatever, more or less, and learn everything they would ever need. They would be sure of that. To make sure they got at least learned everything they needed to learn. And have, courses outside, social stuff. No, we're not going that way. Why? Community? Classroom? What? Individualized learning allows for increased speed of learning, increased retention, everything else, and less likelihood of problems in fucking classrooms. Teachers are no longer required to be those of the past or next generation. They can focus instead on any pursuit they wish, while the students get taught perfectly well. If the AI was good enough, or really fucking good. So, I don't know. You tell me, which is better? Can't get down with anyone. Fucking ruining the whole experience of school, man. There'll be no stories. There's why I had a whole, social thing outside. You get blocks and chunks of time, on and off periods, and people can go on and on. It won't be exactly like they're just stuck in a bubble for 8 hours or something, It'll be a little different. Instead, it'll be more like, 30-minute or hour chunks. So they get to have recess, I guess. Go fuck around, do whatever the hell they want, experiment, fucking whatever. I don't give a shit. As long as you freaking kids do not hurt yourselves. Don't do anything that's extremely dangerous and can very much hurt yourselves. So just think a little bit. But play and have fun. Just have some common sense, damn it. That's all I ask. Sometimes I ask for more, but just common sense. What's common sense? Common sense is, I climbed up to the top of this very tall tree. Let's say it's higher than your house. And you're just swinging around, having fun. And you decide the best option to get down, because it's faster, is to jump. Common sense should tell you that's not a good idea. Yes, it is faster, but you will get hurt and die if you do that. Common sense should tell you that. That's common sense. Don't do that. Climb down. Also, common sense should have probably told you it's dangerous to go that high up in a tree. Even if you're a kid or it doesn't matter how nimble you, it's dangerous. There's a certain point where you don't go above, because you will snap off stuff and you will, instead of jumping off, be falling to your death. So don't do that. If you see a frozen lake that has thin ice, don't jump into it or go onto it. It's a bad idea. You can fall. Ice can freeze over quickly. You can get rushed if there is a current underneath and trapped, and you will drown. So don't do that. Common sense should tell you that will happen. That's common sense. You know that bush your mom or dad warned you about, don't fucking eat it or play with it because it's, whatever. They're probably right. Don't fuck around with it. It could be poisonous. If it's later on, though, if they find out that it's just some fucking bullshit, then you can rag on them about it. All the time. Every fucking day. Remember when you told me? Well, guess fucking what? Look at this shit. Look at this. Guess who was wrong? Wasn't me. I don't know who it was, but it wasn't me. stands to reason that certain things should be done at certain points. You know, I'm not a big proponent of kids using drugs or teenagers using drugs. It's usually not a good idea. You know, I'm not saying that they can't use medicine if used appropriately. What I'm saying is recreational stuff like that really cannot be like an adult at all. You know, so, like they can, it has to be toned down significantly, if ever, you know. Like it really comes down to them, and I don't know, there are probably some small doses, if spread out over time, where children or teenagers could use stuff like CBD or THC or something like that in a different manner. Probably not vaping, probably something else. Vaping is a possibility though. That can help with anxiety and stuff. However, it can't be used like I'm using it. You know what I mean? Like it would be detrimental to their brains. So it would have to be figured out it would have to be studied. What sort of on-off would be beneficial, and what point does it become not beneficial? You know, that would have to be studied. You know, and there are side effects of cannabis. We know this. Not just dry mouth and some puffy red eyes. You know, there are short-term memory loss problems for some individuals, and some of that can be mitigated through different methods of consumption, different types and amounts, and that of THC to CBD, along with other supplements to help with memory retention and all of that. So, anyways, what? I just don't think it would be useful. I mean, think about it this way: they give kids stuff they give adults, like Prozac, Xanax, Adderall, stuff like that. You know, like they give kids some pretty serious stuff to help with illnesses while growing up. You know? So, but apparently this is so much worse. We haven't even done that many studies on it, honestly. We don't know, truthfully. We know it's definitely not the best idea. Like I said, for my use case scenario for them, it's more than likely not the best idea, and will come with problems longer down the road. We've seen studies that indicate this time and again, so we don't need that, you know. But what about a different type of use case scenario, like a one a week, or a one every 2 weeks, or once a month, you know, and like what kind of variables to THC to CBD, and you know, what other supplements do you add together to try and help with the memory and everything else, and not have everybody have a good time ultimately? Because when you're young, it can, and when you're starting out for the first time, or even when you're a veteran, THC, cannabis, can increase your chances of experiencing anxiety, paranoia, and other symptoms like those. So you should make sure to, it is like a psychedelic. Make sure you're set up in the right set and setting. It's there to increase feelings of happiness. It increases your feelings. It's what it kind of does do that, just a little bit. You know, it makes you a little more open to them, just a little bit. You know? And so, you know, it is tough though, because it's not perfect. It does come with caveats. So, you know. Yeah. Stanley Kubrick, bitch. What's up, my man? Hey, shut up, leave me alone, I'm dead. Shit. Motherfucker. That's probably what he was saying, right? Yeah, anyways. This coffee smells really good. I'm out of all of my oil and butter, and I have to go get stuff at the grocery store, and I don't want to move. It's not that I don't want to move, it's just, I don't know. I don't think I'm enjoying right now. You don't have to do shit until later, man. Fucking over here, like, man, he's got to do the greatest thing in the world, go get his groceries. I mean, I need to make sure to write a list. Yeah. It's far more fun to get my groceries by myself, honestly. What, chicken butt, baby, chicken butts, chicken butt, feather, shake it up, get that bunny butt moving, get it up and down, dun 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 dun, Damn. Damn! Got that shit moving, man. What's up? Nothing. Something. But I'm just tracing my finger, my ring finger, around the edge or the lip of my coffee cup. Oh, watching the oil, the water reflections. It's like teasing at the edge of an areola almost. Coffee, you slutty bitch. Come over here. Damn, I love that bean juice. Slurp that shit up every fucking damn morning. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just enjoying the damn day. You know what happened last night, man? Like someone was going and doing stuff to me while someone else was fucking massaging my neck and shoulders. It was tremendously blissful. I loved every second of it. Absolutely just like went, oh, and knocked out. I really did. Like for a second. It just went with the sensations. It was grand. Something else. Yeah, I think I nursed on some tits, maybe. Or someone had something on my forehead or something. I'm not sure. I don't really, honestly remember. I just remember there was a lot of sensations. This is a lot of stuff. It was crazy. It was good. I loved every second of it. Why you gotta be talking shit? What? What did I say? It was beautiful last night. Although, do also have to say, uh-huh. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Yeah, okay. I don't know, like, I wish I could feel it directly, you know? Also, I'm rubbing the shit out of my pants leg and knee right now. Like, motherfucker. Like, someone's rubbing the... It's like, And I, Let's stop that. Yeah, my hand sensation's kind of dead. Because after a while, the texture kind of fades and it just becomes like the motion over and over and over again, you know? And like that sensation motion kind of becomes hypnotic to you after a while. You just kind of lose yourself in that feeling, in that repetitive motion over and over again, over until you drift off. And you're back. What if you really drifted off? Okay, well, I'll have to keep that in mind. Be a little careful with that. Really? You fucking did it to me! You fucking fuck! This hot fucking bean juice, man. It's good shit. Oh, you know what? That's an ASMR thing. Some of you motherfuckers love to hear sounds of slurping. Some of you hate it. What are you gonna be? I don't fucking know. It's up to you. I don't really give a shit. I'm not giving you, like, and also, no. You do you. You know, good or bad. It's no. Fucking, don't want to listen to it, don't want to listen to it. I understand there are people that really hate that shit. I'm way too full already. Oh, come on, man. Did you really shrink your stomach that bad? Bad? Is it bad to have a small stomach when you're 6'4"? I'm not working out and I'm trying to lose weight, so it's a good thing. And I have smoothies that are extremely dense calorically. So I just had like a significant breakfast. I have a whole rest of that cup and a whole nother fucking cup. I'm just trying to enjoy it. Why the hell? Just trying to enjoy my coffee, my buzz right now, you know. The sensations. Some of you are enjoying having some moods go on. Why? Because I'm playing with this fucking cup, like, so sensually right now. This fucking coffee, like, right now, is getting the best fucking treatment by me. I'm like, coffee, come here. Oh, come here, baby. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get you. I love it. I'm gonna transport you to my liver. I'm gonna make you into fucking energy, and you love getting used by me every fucking day, baby. My fucking favorite slut drug. Oh yeah. What about Mary Jane? She's really expensive. But if you could have the choice, I wouldn't be doing all of the drugs all the time, but Yeah, I probably would keep Mary Jane around. I'd probably keep Canvas. So, I mean, that's the thing. What do you keep, like, in your rotation, honestly? Keep you going? Because, quite frankly, and I understand that this seems odd to those of you who have been taught and brought up to always think that these drugs are bad and even in medicinal situations should only be used because it's a last resort. When in fact, when used at a regular kind of way, they can more or less just reset. So let's say you did do an entire year of MDMA once every 4 months, but then you took 5 years off, 10 years off, whatever it was, and then you did it again, and that was the rotation. That's how it worked. So you got your experience, you got your mindset changed, you got your viewpoint lifted and all of that for that 1 year, that short term experience, and allowed for you to push forward and do something else. And then, of course, it goes on rotation to maintain. And every 5 to 10 years, you can have an incredibly significant amount of change happen to you, all of which can be traumatic, each event in their own way. And if you're rushing and rushing and rushing, like so many are, you never deal with it. And so those stresses build up, those old resentments get buried and come back up because of little memories and other things, and you just need a reset every so often. You know, you gotta talk, you gotta do that, you just gotta reset. You know, it doesn't have to be 5, it could be every 3 years. You know, it doesn't really fucking matter. It could be every other year. It doesn't fucking matter. It's really up to the individual and what they think is appropriate to them. You know, as long as it's done in such a way that you do take a significant amount of time off to replenish serotonin. You know, even with psychedelics, microdosing, you gotta eventually take time off from microdosing. Eventually. You know, you don't want to be on it for longer than probably 3 months. You know, or at least that's what current things seem to indicate. But there are other people that have microdosed for very long periods of time and do not appear to have suffered significant long-term damage outwardly, but then they didn't really do tests over time. They didn't really, so it's not, the anecdotal evidence just isn't very great, and tests would have to be done now on you, and this would have to be like whatever the result of whatever your experience is, and then we could at least categorize whatever that is and then put that together, and then maybe if we were able to introduced, you know, that the 1 to 2 to 3 month periods of microdosing studies, or then a longer term over time study for a few participants that are extremely lucky, or not lucky. We don't know, and it would have to be determined what specific, like, is it LSD we're talking here? Is it psilocybin? Is it, like, how is it administered? What type? Is it, like, if it's psilocybin, is it the whole mushroom just ground up, or is it specifically just that drug, or, you know, what type of an effect are you going for, basically, and how do we make sure they stay med compliant, meaning they don't do too much or beyond what is they're allowed to do, and they stay on schedule. Thing is, like, if I was in that, I would do that. I would stay in schedule and be med compliant, because I know the study's important. I understand that this data is important, and I don't want to fuck it up. And I'm giving it an opportunity to do something that's pretty useful to me. So if I could land being in a study like that, I'd be there. I'd do it. At the same time, like, self-administration is difficult because it's up to you. And you can just decide one day, because you're having a bad day, fuck it. We're going hard. And you do. And you live. But it's not like, it was the best decision. Probably wasn't the best decision. Anyhow, the point being is that it ends up being very nice after a while just to at least have the option to have the study to be done, Like, some of these things are hopefully going to get funded and hopefully will go through and will get studied and everything will be great, but long-term studies started now, it's still 5 to 10 years before we get results. So, the best we could do for anything that could be recommended now is studies done on people that have said they have done these things in these ways, and anecdotally written down what they could and best as they could, and try and piece together that mishmash of anecdotal evidence that probably isn't going to be. Hopefully there will be probably some that are actual very scientific, but don't have like blood tests and all of that to indicate all of that you would probably want for your study and everything. But there are probably people that have a lot of data. They don't know it, but they have a lot of data, and that can be used to combine into a rough draft, a basic outline to what we could possibly expect going forward. It's not the best, but it's what we got now. We need something while we're going forward we need something now while going forward. You know what I mean? Like, so you use the past as best as you can and set up a basic outline, and then while going forward, getting more and more of the pieces together and coming up with a better and better overall picture, overall narrative, story, machine, whatever, doesn't matter. The end result is all the same, a functioning, beautiful piece that is working beautifully. What? I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking and rolling. Would you do that? Get in an RV? Just fucking roll around? Hell the fuck, yes I would. Are you kidding me? Just say, fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just fuck and roll around. Just get a girlfriend and travel everywhere. It's like, how are you gonna afford that? I don't fucking know. What if she wanted to do it? I feel like an ass, but I don't know. Like, that's up to her. If she was okay with it, we wanted to do it. Fuck it. Why not? Let's have fun. I'll be the driver, you be the cocksucker, we'll fucking get this shit done. fucking sing ass songs and travel around, hike in random ass places and camp and see beautiful sights and wander around in cities and see art pieces and fucking then go through, get a passport, and travel around and I don't know, see what South America and Mexico and everything else has to offer, and Canada and Alaska, and drive everywhere you could, man. Fucking just see everything I could on this continent. And the one below the equator, or past the canal. Although they technically used to be joined together, weren't they? So technically it used to be one continent, right? I don't know. Anyways. Probably meet wonderful people, amazing foods, beautiful sights, sounds, cultures, places, stories. Have to have something that would work really fucking well and really reliably. Why? Because you wouldn't want to have it break down while you're traveling. I mean, you're going to have to do maintenance while you're going around, so to pick places that you're going to stay and stick around for a while, to just have basic maintenance done, you know, oil change, tires, all that sort of thing. So you're going to be driving around that long and for that often. Thinking about the logistics, huh? Well, I mean, you wouldn't have to have that much money to do it, too, which is the best part. Just be you two and whoever friends, if you want to bring along, or whoever you happened to meet along the way. Probably set up a couple of solar panels or something on the roof of the RV, and maybe even a small generator, just in case, you know, something happens to the batteries or anything like that. You just gotta have a backup, you know, just in case stuff. You know, stuff that you know is gonna be reliable. So, or at the very least, should be reliable because you didn't use it while the other thing was being used. Because that thing now is no longer as reliable, and so, you know, the thing that you didn't use should be just as reliable as it was when it came out of the box. Theoretically. That's how it should work. So as long as you do basic maintenance and start it up every so often, it should make sure it should work. You know? Keep it reliable that way. Sounds pretty fun, doesn't it? Fucking and rolling. Yeah, man. What? Just thinking some of the logistics, like how you're gonna have to empty out the septic tank, refill the water, make sure you have everything like that. And, there are gonna be times when you can't do that. You don't have the water for another shower, so you're gonna get sweaty. It's gonna be warm. There are gonna be times that AC probably isn't perfect, or it's cold enough outside, but you still got that back sweat. You know what I mean? There are going to be so many wonderful things and so many awkward things. If that was a thing that could happen. You're really up there, aren't you? Yeah, I am. You're not. What? That is like just so much sugar. Let's get some more coffee in this cup. Oh, woo. It's not very warm. Nope. And there wasn't that much coffee left. Poor woo. Well, that was it, guys. It's all your coffee, everybody. The final cup. It's the final cup down. It's close enough. I can show you. Yeah, come on. Just a parody. I'd ask her for permission. Come on. No. Final cup down. Man, I'm relaxing. Oh, yeah, man. Dude, someone's just laid the fuck out right now. Not you. I am laying out, but, like, I can force myself awake. They, on the other hand, I get the impression not. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do sometimes with you. I know I had a moth come in here last night. She looked very good. She looked very good, huh? I think I was referencing the picture. The moth stuck around on my screen for a little bit and fluttered around. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, you're distracted. When your subconscious It's not even subconscious, dude. You were just fucking thinking two different things at once, and one came out instead of the other. Which has lower energy, less reactive, more stable electrons in alkaline or and six electrons in an aromatic ring, such as that in the estrogen estradiol, are stable. The consequence of the nature of molecular orbitals of cyclic systems, which is usually taught in a second semester organic. What are you on? Oh, I'm on my Instagram, looking at why estrogen is more stable than testosterone. Although then I also think about is that necessarily good or bad? Is it or worse? Because do you need a more stable compound or more reactive compound in the body, or something that's in between that is better? For everything to work in the body better. So really, was it what's the difference? Good spot. That's a good one, man. I mean, girl. I mean, lady. I mean, gal. Pal. Whatever. I am going to keep scrolling on down. What do you want to do today? It's Friday. You need to go to the grocery store and go for a walk. I didn't want to click. Goddamn son of a bitch. Okay, it didn't actually bring me all the way back up. Thank goodness. Like, because anytime I click on anything with Instagram and it brings me forward on something, I'm like, well, I guess I'm not going back to that point. Just get off the fucking website. I'm not scrolling down for another 2 minutes. Go move on somewhere else. This is how facelift works. Whoosh. What do you mean whoosh? I just said whoosh because, you know, I laid down a little bit more. This is also, you know, a medical procedure, so you don't see all the blood and everything else. Eesh. Not the best, yeah, but it works though, right? I don't know, what do you think? I think it's really up to the individual if that's what they want to do. Truthfully. Yeah. Okay. Boo. So, do this. What is this? What? Just a little. What do you really want to listen to? I want to listen to you. I don't really know what that means, but you know. I have so many things I already need to watch. You don't need to watch anything. You don't need to even be sitting here. You could be doing anything. It's true. Okay, just enjoying. Yeah, I know. Just enjoy your coffee. You haven't even finished it. You didn't even touch it once you poured it. It's now cold, isn't it? No. She's still warmed up, ready to go for me. Put her in the microwave for a little bit. She's going too far. I have to let her cool down. But I was just thinking about, because there's a person called Rosie Darling. And I was thinking about, who's that woman that's in Orange is the New Black or something that is a lesbian. She has Rose in her name too. Rosie. And I thought about it. I was like, she was really good looking. And I don't know about this, but, that's one of my fantasies, that she secretly has one of those, on the side type of things where, yeah, she's a lesbian, outwardly, but really she still wants that dick. Just with specific kinds of guys, though. So, she's just like, But I doubt that that's an actual thing, that really exists. Someone that, outwardly is that much of a butch, but in reality just wants to be a complete sub to her man. But it's only one man. It's only that person every time else. She just wants to fucking dominate everybody else. But for him... Because he's the one, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just a sexual thing, just something that they can't put their finger on it. I don't know. That's fantasy, though. Yeah. Why? So that I think I literally heard someone say, "I'm gonna train my bitches to be perfect for you." Fucking got myself an army for you, baby. It's like, what the fuck? That started making me, smile, honestly. Well. That's nice. Why can't I enjoy just, sitting here and sipping my drink? Why can't you just be here so I can lay on your chest and make it difficult for you to breathe as I sip my coffee? Use you as a pillow, perfect for me. I'm just thinking, in Trigon, there's that little area in the spacecraft where there's a tree and a little meadow, basically. Or, place of grass and a bush. Very calm, blue skies and some wind as they talk. They're very peaceful, nice and warm and inviting. Seems to be a perfect time. sitting, just lying there together, enjoying what seems to be almost a picnic. We could be doing that. You can hear that wind just blow past in the bushes and the trees, on the grass. Feel it drifting across your skin and hair. Feel peace, content, a moment perfect. You can just smell the food, whatever drinks you have, whatever's in the air for you. Maybe bushes have some berries, some earthy aromas, and grass still has that dew smell. Just relaxing, completely relaxing and letting go. Remembering to breathe in and out. Pausing at the top for just a second and then releasing out and relaxing and holding your breath for a second there and breathing back in and doing that over and over. But you don't even have to focus on it. It's just natural now, something you do. Stress melting away as you imagine just lying there together, slowly drifting off peacefully. stress just disappearing altogether. No longer focusing on anything in particular. Just relaxing and enjoying just breathing and being there in that moment. Everything else drifting away, just you in that moment. Your thoughts drifting in and out. Everything is calm and peaceful. Everything is as it should be. You are okay with everything in that moment. Letting go of all those emotions of the past, those negative thoughts of yourself and others. You can feel them drifting off yourself, almost like you're taking a shower. Feel them drifting, going into the earth, and vaporizing off of you and out of your breath everywhere, pouring out all of your bad, negative things. Remember to breathe slowly. Just keep breathing. You can feel it slowly seeping out of everywhere. Those bad thoughts, those bad emotions, whatever it is, keeping you anchored down, allowing you to break free, feeling good and happy. Even if it is to be down or to be up, you are happy because it is what you want. Whatever you want. all of those negative emotions, past resentments, everything drifting and seeping out, going away, going away. Getting carried on down the river, off with the wind, into the earth, seeping, everything, sharing your load, all of your negative energy. You are free. You are okay. You are okay. Remembering to breathe deep. As you feel all of those negative thoughts and emotions completely leave your body. All of those suppressing thoughts gone. It's an explosion of good and happy and excitement, horny and everything that you want. You're free to feel. You are no longer afraid to fly, to land, to be at peace. You can feel yourself centered, even if it is chaotic everywhere. You still have your eye of the hurricane. Remembering to breathe. Remembering to breathe. You no longer have this need for all of these things that are so immaterial. You start to find fulfillment in the things you really enjoy. Going after that prize no longer scares you. You're confident you want that prize. You're gonna get it. Calm, collected and centered, ready and confident. Remembering to breathe deep. In that moment, once more, lying there. Enjoying the feeling of me on top. and just being there. At complete peace. Remembering to breathe with your stomach. Coming back in as you slowly come back into this moment, more and more coming up. That peace takes over, calmness takes over, your desires continue, your emotions are no longer chaotic, but are still there. You can feel yourself wanting more and more and more, drifting up and up and up as you get more conscious, drifting up and up and up, coming up and out of it. And that was the end of the meditation. I hope you had a wonderful time. Hope you had a wonderful and relaxing little session. Alright, I'm gonna finish my coffee. It's a little dirty at the bottom. I'll leave that alone. I gotta pee, gotta finish, gotta do stuff, yeah. Welcome back, baby. I'm just standing. I know you are. Why aren't you sitting? I gotta do stuff. I have groceries to get and things. Don't fuck. Get up, man. Do things, dude. Double up. It's a little loud. Apparently, yes. I didn't notice that until after the fact. You like loud things. That was just me knocking you on the head. Knock, knock, McFly. I don't like that guy, though. Yeah, he's some fuckbuck. What is his name? Is his name Billy? I thought his name was Billy, maybe. Knock, knock, Billy! You in there, you little bitch? Heard you've been trying to bully some motherfuckers. Let's see what we can do about that. I have a feeling you would like to kneel now. Mm-hmm. Why'd you do it, Billy? Just gonna grab you by the hair here, slap you around a little bit. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, a 3, a 4, from side to side to side to side. Why did you do it, Billy? Why? Why? Just bring your head to the floor. Come on. Come on. Get your ass up. Why'd you do it, Billy? You just fucking bit my foot on your head here. Come on. Kiss that ground. Kiss it. It's better than you in every way. As far as you're concerned, that should be your home. Take my foot off your head here. Come on. Grab you by the hair. Look up at me. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come on. Drag you forward just a little bit. Come here. I'm gonna spit right in your fucking face. Just not. I wouldn't even tell you. Just fucking do it. Just right there. Open mouth, everything. Fucking, you gulp that shit down. Alright, get your ass up. Come on. Just fucking pull you up by your hair. Yeah. Just tippy toes. Come on, bitch. Come on. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get yourself up. There you go. Alright. Freaking, I don't know. I'm not very hungry. I don't really have a desire for such scum. Alright, now, maybe if you stoke yourself up a little bit, I might see some value in something. That's harsh. Fucking love it. Go edge yourself for a while. Do something. Get high. I don't fucking give a shit. Get in my sight. Oh, before you go. You getting your squats done today? That's right. Get your squats and your hip thrusts done, bitch. Get that shit done. You gotta get 100. I don't care how you spread it out. Do it. Fucking make yourself look good for me. What? Just back to normal, man. Just enjoying my time standing here. She's off doing her fucking thing. What was that? I said she's off doing her own thing. I don't have to fucking worry about it. I can do it again. She knows how to edge herself. I don't have to tell her how to do that. She's got her own fucking ways of doing that shit. Fucking figure it the fuck out. I don't care how you do it. I have a feeling you might actually have certain things that do increase your sensitivity, though. If it's possible. Like, see, that's something that can be done. So no, some of you really want me to dive into that sensitivity thing with hypnotism. We'll explore that maybe some other time. So, like, I didn't know one of you could literally, like, that nod off. Like, I didn't even, like, do that much. I just... Dude, that's classic technique. You were doing it. You didn't even fucking know. It was just intuition. Yep. I'm awesome. You're damn fucking right you are. Alright, because I feel like Billy's waiting on all fours just around the corner, around the door. Shaking that ass wiggle butt, making that thing sing in the air, trying to make that heat steam, getting that all air musty, pheromones got me feeling some type of way, feeling her go down, walk around, trying to get all of that shit going, trying to entice a little fun to happen. Oh, baby, can you please just wait a second? Daddy's got some business to take care of. Oh, I should be actually doing that. It's like fucking acid, oh my god, and slut. Drop it to the floor. Let me see you how to work that shit. Oh my damn Lord. I like that. That was a good one. That's it. Got a lemongrass over here. You have no idea. No, I don't. I probably don't. Yeah, that entire time, too, I was dancing just perfectly for someone to be in front of me. Just doing that shit. Just breathe, baby, breathe through the motions you got. Don't worry, get some squat, get down and get yourself going, baby. Just breathe through it, just breathe through it, just get yourself going. No. I'm gonna say this. I don't even know. God, fucking damn. What? I need to take a shower. I need to do my laundry. Oh my gosh, I have so much stuff I need to do. It's too bad I don't have a bitch to take care of that for me. That's a wrong way to phrase that. I don't like that phrase. I prefer along the lines of a significant other that would be willing to do this so that way I may not have to do it and be stressed out about it. That's what I meant. I'm just in the role play here. That's what I meant. It'd be really nice if I had somebody that'd be willing to do that, take on that load so I wouldn't have to. But it's fine. See? He's not an asshole. It's fucking role playing. I fucking wanted to be an asshole to me. I'm not going to be a complete asshole to someone. It's just not my nature. I mean, I'll play one, but I'm not one. That's the thing. That's the rub. I'm a great looking villain sometimes, but I'm not one. It never will be. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah. Let's not get into that. Heroes triumph, heroes defeat. Sometimes things just don't always work out. Don't you love it when a plan comes together? Don't you love it when you're over here above my leg, waiting, begging, oh my God, you can smell what I'm cooking. Got you feeling some type of way. All you do is sit, kneel, and beg. Baby, I got a treat for you, ready and waiting. Just have a little time to wait. Everybody got real silent. Okay, baby, have some fun with me. Come here, here's a good girl. Here's your treat. All over in you, in your face, in your mouth, in your pussy, in your ass. I got it all. You locked on a fucking. Got your bone right here, attached to your God every day, looking up like I'm the sun. Got me feeling like, holy shit, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? Oh my damn. Could never repay anybody for this kind of thing. It's something undescribable, something you can't explain. That level, that next level. Always with the love, baby. You know me. Underneath it all, it's not the same. Without that love there, it's all so boring. So yes, we get freaky, yes, we're a little depraved, but baby, you and I, we've got that insane love, baby. That thing nobody can explain. Although we are getting kind of close scientifically. We've got that thing, oh so pure and precious. So everybody, everyone, we've got that thing. Tai Chi. What? I just started doing a little Tai Chi all of a sudden. Why? I don't know. Do I need a reason? No, but like, so? Who gives a fuck? You got a problem with my Tai Chi-ing on you? You got a flex, baby, about my Tai Chi? It's not even real Tai Chi. I've never fucking done a class, motherfucker. It's just me fucking moving around. That's all it is, bitch. problem? One of you is laughing way too hard at that. Problem. What? You got a problem with my Tai Chi? Flex with you with my Tai Chi. I didn't have a class, motherfucker. You so fucking impressed. I'm sorry. To those of you that genuinely practice it, it is a good thing. I'm sorry. I'm just making jokes. It's a legitimate thing. I'm just being fucking silly. In no way do I mean to harm Tai Chi. Okay. You, us and we and things and stuff and rainbows. Electromagnetic spectrum breaking down into visible light spectrums. Secluded in the woods, having a little fun, making sure we all are having good times and we have the right things and we gotta have a little extra packed away just in case, because you never know and you always have to make sure just to go dun 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 all night long dun 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 dun. You ain't got nothing in the morning, so who gives a fuck if you fuck all night dun 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 dun. Bears began, they hear some moans, dun 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 dun. It scares them away, dun 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 dun. My baby's got that kind of way, dun 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 dun. Got nobody around for too many miles. It's kinda scary, but that's why we like it. Dun 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 dun. The implication of risk, like always sunny in Philadelphia, says dun, don't go on boats though. For real though, Dennis, motherfucker, it's creepy. Dun 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 we're going down a trail to a really big tree to see some stars at the night, and we're gonna drop a little psychedelics and just enjoy the night. Dun 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 dun. Swinging our arms, making sure we're safe. Dun 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 dun. and everyone's alright. Always, 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 always. Don't want anybody to have a bad old time. Dun 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 dun. Boom 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 boom. Hey. This is a Friday for you. I don't even microdose today. I only have a very small amount. I'm saving it for Sunday. That way you can get some more effect out of it. You do have a lot of talent, but only in categories that you want to talk about, apparently. Everything else, it's like, whatever. Fuck it. No creativity towards it. No effort. But if it's something you like, it's like, hey, holy shit, look at this kid. Dude's got some fucking... Man, I don't even know what it is. How do we harness this into everything? And it's like, I don't want to do everything. Guys, gals, everybody. Like, that's the managers, and it's... Come on, you have so much talent, you can do so much. With the right people to help you, you would basically just walk around doing whatever the fuck you want. Creating whatever the fuck you want. Doing whatever the fuck you want. Isn't that a life worth living? I don't know, man. It seems kind of boring after a while, don't you think? Then you do whatever the fuck you want, and when that gets boring. So what? Who cares? Have the fun while you can have the fun. It gets boring after a while. Who fucking... You haven't even gotten to that point. You don't even know if it'll happen. If it'll get boring. You might think, oh my gosh, this will never get boring, and it never fucking gets boring. Think about that. Do you think about that? Think about that? You might just like it all the time. I mean, you're not wrong. Small. What is that about small? What? He makes a compelling argument. It could be quite a bit of fun. They just go somewhere, do all the things, create all the time, have what they want when they want. I don't know. Because something irks me about it. But you would be doing work and you know it. You would be stressed. You would have the whole thing. It would be... Why don't... If that's how you are, if this is your way of contributing towards society and what you are able to do, and it is a big fucking piece, and what makes you fucking work is this shit, why should you not have it? Yeah. Just because others are jealous or don't like it, or because they think they can't come, or whatever it is. You're supposed to be happy. But that's the thing. I can be happy in many things, and there's time for many things, isn't there? I don't have to immediately gallivant off and suddenly, within 5 years, change everything. Do I? You know? It's not like the world's gonna burn if I disappear. Life will go on. You know? Not for long, apparently. If anybody fucking, we believe your shit, man. I don't want my kids not having a future. I don't want my kids' kids dying, being the last ones, trying to fuck each other just to survive the race. It's terrible. Let's fire, yay, man, not fry. Come on, think about realistic things. It's not even realistic. If you think about what I'm suggesting, it's ridiculous. But it works for you, so why do you keep just looking down and away? Because a lot of people have very heavy hearts, okay? If I were to do this, of that thing, suddenly leave everything, change all the stuff, you know, like, I don't know. Like, that's what I kind of want to do. I want to go to California and do all the things. I want to also travel in an RV and go everywhere. I want to get married. I also want to have other people beyond just the marriage, because that's kind of how I am. But it wouldn't be like, oh, I like them more. It would be, hey, honey, I know you also want that. Let's make this happen. I was like, you don't have to hide yourself from me. I want you to be you. Let's make this happen. We can all have fun. Doesn't have to make it so that they are always. You know, don't think that I'm going to lose my attention on you simply because there's someone else. You know, it's not really that. In fact, if anything, it's increasing the intention of both of ourselves on something. Focusing on a project, almost. A compelling argument if I've ever heard one. It's not really meant to be that kind of, like, I want to travel around the world. I want to create music, art, literature, TV. I want to do so many things, and I truly think, I don't know what to think, truthfully. You know, like the concepts and everything else would work. It would work better, faster, and everything would be better if I were to want to go down that path, to have all of that opportunity, all of those resources, everything provided. That would be better in all aspects and provide a faster result. In every way, shape, and form. We know that. We fucking know that. It's down to others. It's down to the whole program. It's down to everything. Isn't it? At the end of it all. It's not down to what I want to do, necessarily. So, you know.
I mean, if I had all the money already, like, just fuck it. Who gives a shit? Seriously, I just travel around, do whatever the fuck I want, start creating and doing that, and pass it off to people that want to do it, and, basically act as a background mediator. Some people might know me if they know the proper channels. Most people won't even consider me as being a thing. I could walk around on the street, I don't have to have that issue. Or it could be famous and have all of those issues. Like, I don't know. That's a whole other thing. It's a whole other can of worms. After a while, they just stop. You're just another person. And that kind of hurts the most. Yes. I don't know, man. If you're big enough to do some things, you always kind of have some fans that recognize you after a certain amount of time. Do you really want it to go back to where you can't even go out of your door without getting mobbed? Was that so desirable back then that you look at it now as being what you want? Or is it just the ego? I want to feel special again. I want to feel that level of grandiosity again. What is it that you really want? Because you can get your ego stroked in other ways. You don't have to have the mob of fans and all the problems that comes with. You can have your ego stroked in other ways. Alright. What are you thinking about? I'm like, drop down, give me fucking 10 bridges right now. Get yourself up. After that, I want to see 10 burpees. Fucking rock it now. When you're done with that, go sit down, take a breather, get some water. Unless you happen to be incredibly fit, in which case, guess what? I've thought about some new exercises to increase cardiovascular health and overall muscle control. So you're going to be on your back, going into squat position, up. You're going to jump, get down. As you're going down, you're going to drop your knees and roll forward and spring up and reach up as much as you can. Land down on your toes, bend your knees, and do that again. Basically, once you've landed on your feet, go lay down, get back and up into squat position, do it again. Get 10 of those. Once you're done with that, and if you're still not needing a breather and all of that, and you're still going, I call them spins. They're not necessarily spins. But, so, you're going to be doing basically bridges. So you're going to lay down, do a bridge, and then as you drop down, you have You're going to drop your knees to one side and you're going to roll onto your stomach. Go to downward facing dog. And then do that whole lean forward, arch your back, hold, go down, and then you're going to do some planks, do some backward planks after that, and then top it all off. This is the final one. Once you're done with like 10 planks, or whatever plank, you do the plank. You are then going to bring your knees up underneath, jump, land back in a crouched position, lay back down, and start it again. Why the jump? The jump is honestly because your body's blood flow is resting in certain areas. The jump forces that to move around. So it actually makes your heart change significantly, like how it pumps to keep blood pressure, activates different types of muscles to keep blood pressure appropriate where it needs to be. So. It's a way to automatically train your body subconsciously to do that without having to forcefully do it over and over and over. Once you're done with that, then you are going to take a rest and drink some fucking water. And then you'll start from the beginning. And you'll do that however many times you can until you don't want to. Or by that, I mean, let's do 10 rotations max. I think is fair. 10 rotations max. Why? Because that shit's difficult. You kidding me? I can't do that. Those of you that are currently doing that are extremely impressive to me. Fucking got me feeling like, oh my damn. Remember to breathe. Breathe out when you are using power. Breathe in when you are resting. Alright, how you guys feeling? If any of you manage to actually make it to 10 fucking rotations, holy shit, in that period of time, holy fuck. I don't think any of you could do that. It's physically impossible. But if it was true, damn. Well, because that could be your morning routine right there. A morning routine. One of the morning routines. Because I got a circus freak agility in the bedroom, motherfucker, every night. So flexible, so strong, every day, every night. I got that next level. Alright. Well, you are finishing up on that. I am going to look at some YouTube. Which I think honestly kind of highlights the dichotomy. Which might actually some of you probably like that. The dual nature, I'm gonna do this for him. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. The fact that he's ignoring this while I do this is actually making me way fucking hard. Which is its own, I need to get my ass to walking and stuff. You know what I mean? Where's this? Damn, they're dense today. Because there's no way. Yeah, I'm probably. Let's check. Let's see. What? Nothing. Just doing things. Let's see here. That is about that length. Whatever that ends up making itself out to be. I'll have to measure that. And that's not even when I'm, yeah, have to measure when you're doing that. Focus on your breathing. Don't just listen to me. Keep going through. Power through. Get your reps done. Get your stretches afterwards. Make sure once you're done, you have to stretch out, cool off, that kind of thing. Take a shower or something. Man, but nothing. I don't really need lube. I mean, I do, but yeah. It's good shit, man. What do I miss about high school? Not much, man. Truthfully. Honestly. High school isn't that amazing. Why would you ask a question like that? I mean, it's fine. It's just in this kind of context and moment. Remember to breathe, damn it. Fucking over here. Come on. I'm not having you lose fucking brain cells. Keep you in tip-top shape. Be able to perfectly do everything for me, babe. Wow, that's actually really good. Honey, I know you want it. It's fucking dope shit. Is that your level? Like, you wouldn't want to actually go for the reality, but you'd be willing for that? Like, so I suppose that's working into it to a certain degree. Like, okay, so we worked, we towed our way in. Now we're really getting into it. I'm really starting to feel like I really want you. How can I get her for you? Really fucking want to get her for you. That's how that starts, isn't it? Like, you must have her. He must have her. He must have anything. That's where I start drawing the line. Like, anything? I don't know about anything. I'm gonna get it for you. My stomach is ridiculously full because of all the smoothie I drank. I don't know how I used to drink like 2 or 3 or more of those a day. And I used to be skinny. When I used to eat and drink all that, I used to be skinny. That is insane when I think about it. Yeah. Just naturally have a high metabolism at some point. Fucking lucky ass bitch motherfucker. All he has to do is go walk around, eat slightly okay, and all of a sudden he gets fucking perfect everything. His body's fucking perfect just all the fucking time. Clearly that's not the case though. Big jealousy person. Yeah, but like, come on, man. Some of those things, some of us really try hard. I know. It's okay. Focus on your reps. Breathe. Why aren't you vaping? Sometimes I just like having the vaporizer in my hand, having something in my hand that I can just fuck around with sometimes, as I think, you know. Could be anything, honestly. Could be someone's face as they just play around with the face in the head, move it around as I think about something. Just tap it on the side, feel it jiggle. You know? Thinking about things. Using my toys. Using my things. Damn right, you're fucking gonna use my things. Ah, I didn't say they were your things, did I? That's right. You know, use your things. Use every fucking thing. Use every fucking thing of your thing. Basically, where it used to be. Yeah. Does this end up being? That's a good question. Oh, right. Someone's on cooldown. Make sure you drink water. What? I don't need to. I'm not sweating. It's not about that, though. It's a whole reflex thing, relaxation thing. Your body opens up. Just like even in just swirling it around and spitting it out, it just opens up blood vessels and with your throat and everything. So it's a good thing. Just and breathing, of course, is always a good thing. Damn, it's just pouring the fuck out. Jeez. Make sure if you really want to increase some of the time differentiation, making sure to stretch in between while you're cooling off. Just small stretches, not significant, but small things, is also good and beneficial for recovery sometimes. Alright, I am focusing on this right now, aren't I? That's cool. That's really cool. What, Blade Runner, the AI combining together. That's really neat. That's really that's a really cool fact. Holy shit. Wow. That's really cool. I need to watch the new Blade Runner. How come you don't watch movies? I don't have anybody to ever discuss them with. Oftentimes I get bored because I used to watch movies a lot. I just stopped because I just never had any. It doesn't fucking matter. Basically, you just never have the money, and then we don't ever look at it. Usually the ones that I actually do go see end up on Netflix or whatever, and then the stuff that I don't go see, that I wasn't going to go see, I end up not looking at anyways. So, yeah. Back onto the next rotation. New York Kiss. What's a New York Kiss? New York Kiss. What is a New York Kiss? I'm like, what's the difference between... That's gotta be a special thing. What would we have a New York Kiss be? Because that's gotta be a slang for something. It's too good. Fuck. Hold on a second here. Subway blowjob. New York Kiss. No? No. No. Could be a particular type of kiss. Like forehead, and then nose, and then French. Could be, I don't know. Fucking someone come up with something. I like the New York subway thing though. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into it. You're reading? Yeah, I'm actually reading about someone else's experiences in green text. Sounds like fun. Damn, there are a lot of fucking good gifts in this thing. Jeez. What? Nothing. It's something. Someone's resting. I'm just enjoying the feeling. It's like your afterglow from working out is pretty fucking nice. You feel like you managed to do everything you could do? Or do you want to do one more round? I suppose. Why? Because it's a fucking market. Some do like that. Honestly speaking, I don't really see a fucking problem either way. Why? Because it's trying to it's like, if it annoys you, if it makes you feel awkward that that person is saying big black cock and all that about it, and that annoys you, it's supposed to antagonize you or does anything like that, why? Just move on. It's not for you. It's like a YouTube video that you don't like. You don't have to watch it. Who cares? Damn. What? I feel like they're gonna have trauma associated with some of the things they're doing to us. It's like, you realize, just, even though it is soft and everything, like, there are already instances of increased cancer rates and throat cancer rates because of, more blowjobs in general. I can imagine that constantly swallowing something like that or going through, doing that probably might cause some issues if you're not careful. So, anyways. fucking want it to bother you. Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. It's too bad that you don't get what you want. I love that tattoo on Porter J, that black heart. It's good. Anyways, what? It just was, some, what's it called? Horror music. Mixed in with some fun in the shower, and I'm like, is she getting stabbed? Is this just like an elaborate play? Should I be concerned that, like, later on? Like, you know what I mean? Wow, I want to hurt that person. I know that was a whole fucking, like, it's apparently for the stream, but with combined with that microphone and the voice and the way it echoed, I just like, bitch, shut up, just slap her. Just no. Like, please stop. Wasn't what you were saying. I mean, Kawaii Senpai, like, it's not exactly good. I wouldn't consider it to be like, oh my god, everybody's got to hear this thing, but it's not the worst thing in the world. You know. Three. archived, huh? Thread is archived. You cannot reply anymore. Just thinking a little Mario. Might have actually been a fucking. It might have been. I honestly don't know. Anyways. Just belts out some fucking game level shit. Probably never even played. Fucking heard it one goddamn time. Fucking immediately. Just belts the fuck. I don't know, man. Sometimes I just fucking probably never even heard it, man. What is this? Prefer really. Okay. Fuck you, Nina. Why? Because you guys are in that situation. And no reason. Oh my god, she just fucking kicked her right in the nose. Fuck Nina. Nina deserves to get her fucking face ground in. She put a fucking stinger on her. Barely. Barely. At best, she deserved herself a slap. Anyways, I don't like fighting. Why? Because anytime there's a fight that somehow gets involved, there's always a point where there is that trigger point. You know, like this person performed this action and led to these consequences. Most of the time, if I want to see women fight, like, it ain't because, like, oh, you know, they fucking hate each other, or even hell, I don't most of the time want to see people fight. Like, that violence isn't enjoyable to me, you know. I mostly look at this just to look at the train wrecks. Bitch is drunk at her mind. Like, I don't know, there's that whole, like, what the hell did she just try and... Oh, it slowed down because of that. Why would you decide to fall off the... God damn. Drunk people, man. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh my god, both of them getting up on her? What the fuck? What did she do? What did she do? Oh my god, just beating the shit out of her. What the fuck did she do to deserve that? Why? I'm getting heated. I can feel somebody else getting heated, getting shaken down. I think you're getting triggered. I need to move on. Why? I'm getting heated. I am. What? That situation? The entire thing makes me want to go upset everybody. The entire fucking thing. Everybody. You fucking maggots. You little fucking cocksuckers. Don't get me wrong, there's times for that. It gets me heated. Badly. Yeah. How heated. I don't know what that situation was. And as long as it doesn't get to the point where that person is on the ground doing one of those, tensing up things and all that, I have less of an issue with it. But as soon as I start seeing those real damages occur, I want to grab those people by the throat and hold them in the air and watch them struggle and have that fear that they're bringing into that person. You just destroyed that person's life, you fucking nugget. What did they do to deserve that? Tell me. Tell me right the fuck now. You little nothing. What gives you that right and decision? I don't care how angry you are. Fucking release him. Drop to the ground. Go on, try and breathe. I'm not gonna kick you like you're kicking them. Fucking try and breathe. Stay in the ground. It's where you deserve to be right now. Get out of my fucking way. Why? Because if there's a woman that did that, I'd be like, close this. You're really that much of a fucking bully. You're gonna spread your goddamn legs. You're gonna present yourself, and I'm gonna fucking just hold you right there with my goddamn foot. Because that's all you deserve right now. To be told that's it for you. Just fucking sit there. Think about what the fuck you've done. Be humiliated. Take my foot off. I'm gonna go get some water. Find something to fucking pour over you or something, you goddamn little fuck. for the dishes.
Alright. Yeah, be with me over here while I do the dishes. I'll get the dishes done. One of you is done with your reps. Very good. Good girl. Good guy. Whoever it is. I did them for you. Thank you, Billy. But they got me really bothered. Honestly. So, just focusing on other stuff. Alright. Fucking throw you against the wall, shatter you to a million pieces. Except your phone, so that probably won't happen. That could be good. Okay. Let's get this charged up. Don't even really have to feed the dogs yet. So I'm gonna refill this and, actually, you know what? I'm gonna trigger some of you motherfuckers. Not like that. I'm just gonna do a dab. Here, door. You're in here now. There's no escaping. Actually, there really is. I can open the door. If you want to leave, you can leave. You're perfectly fine to leave. You're a phone, though, and this is just a recording. To remind you. To anybody out there that is seriously triggered right now, in any way, shape, or form, seriously, it's okay. It's just a sound. It's not really happening. Let yourself just go through it. Because some of you are going to go back into the world, and this is going to be normal. And if it triggers you, like, probably not the best idea to be around it. But if you're going to be around it, you need to be around it. You need to be able to not have it affect you to such a degree. Anyways, is that really how you feel? I feel honestly like too many people think drugs are the answer. For me, drugs are just an experience booster. That's all. They're not meant to be the reason for and the end all be all. It's just meant to add a little extra something to the experience and or be medication. That's way too low. Nope. This has been a terrible dabbing experience. I have fucked this up. I am terribly sorry, everybody. I shall try once more. Smell that motherfucker. It tastes good. Why? Because if you could smell my hands right now, after all the playing around, like just getting it into your nose would probably set you off. I'm gonna be out of this stuff soon. Man. I have trouble thinking of gumdrops. Can I see an example in front of me? Want to see tiny little beans. Want to see all the little pretty things. Little butterflies opening, flower nectar going, rivers happening. I want to see all those pretty lights in your eyes, all the stars you shine as you have a moment to your life like no other, building it on up until you've gone over. And we're gonna have another. Dun 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 dun. Next one, please. Dun 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 dun. Oh, you're not ready. That's too bad. Dun 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 dun. Guess who's gonna have a massive aftershock? Dun 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 dun. Because I wanna have my own. Dun 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 dun. It's a little bit. Yeah, no.
It's not so good. No. I like it. I love the idea you just go in and do what you want to do. First off, that's a male's voice, so... Yep. Try a little harder there. Anyways. That's a dense fog, man. Alright. Why? Because the cream is rising to the top, man. The clouds of steam. Rising to the top. Make it kind of hard to breathe. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, just a little touch. Oh, just a little bit. Oh, boop, 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 baby. That shit really did trigger you, didn't it? Can I watch it? Me. This is my opinion. I don't personally want to watch it. I don't personally want to see what goes on. I like the domination, but I also like the knowledge that it comes from that person wanting to do it. The force, the real violence, real stuff like that, truthfully, is best left not to be done. It has to be done in some instances. Yes, I will concede this. But you won't get me to say that I like it. You won't get me to say that I think all the time it should be, and for every occasion. In fact, what you will get me to say is rarely and for some occasions it should be done. And going as far as I was describing previously, where someone really fucking gets hurt, is completely irresponsible. And should not be done. But remember, the damage is already done mentally. Just because you didn't kill them, just because you didn't break a bone, doesn't necessarily mean you didn't cause lasting trauma. That's the T. Oh yeah, I didn't even download. Yeah.
Alright. Hey, did it drop? It was like 61%. How far did it drop while it was going off? What the fuck? Anyways, I'm going outside. You're coming with... Biatch. Aw. What? My chair got taken. You can move the thing. I can. I don't want to. I spit in that general direction, eastwards, against the south to northwest. Yes. What? Oh, fucking crazy as shit. Feel like it's been happening. Feel like I go out trapped in, man. Feel like I just need to go somewhere, man. Yeah. Do something. Oh, I need to go get groceries. That's right. I already fed you dogs. Get some groceries. Other things. Oh, I still need to do my laundry, don't I? I still have a pile of clothes on me. I just, circulate the same clothes. I end up, almost never wearing my work good clothes. They ended up added into the pile because of the one fucking photo shoot we did. Now they're just there, taking up space. I should just put them away somewhere. I should put them all fucking away somewhere, but honestly. What's in this place? Honestly, what? Honestly, you have a cute butt, baby, shake that rump. I wanna see what you work and what you got and how you work it. Dun 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 dun. Intergalactic rump shaking. Dun 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 dun. Hypnotic, rhythmatic. Oh my god, damn it. Bum 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 bum. You just got all of that. You never really think, I'm in that mode, I guess. I was all like, yes. Now I'm all like, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I know that. Yeah. Got that. Fucking damn you. Oh, you gotta get rid of the Yeah. It's a little better. Fucking damn you, huh? We feel like, or all of the above. Yeah. Looks like the wind's blowing east. It's cold. There's at the top of the trees though. Like northeast. 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 Anyways, yeah, northeast. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe a little more east than north. Or maybe north than east. I don't know. Yeah, maybe more north than east. It's kind of split, honestly. Winds have died down a little bit. Maybe picked up. Alright. Let's head back inside. Why? Because I feel like someone's got like a bunch of work done on their lower core. And I'm like feeling it, and I'm like, baby. Come on, Kita. Come here.
Go jump out underneath, Skylar. You come here.
No, little one. Come here, Kita. Let me put this so I don't spill. Here you go. Kita! Come here. There you go. Go on. It's not as warm because you didn't... Whatever. You're not gonna eat that? Really? Eat the food. Why won't you eat the food, Kita? Please. Please, eat the food. I guess she's just not hungry right now. Anyways. I gotta go feed the cats. Let's see here. Check the mail. I bet you she got the mail though, so I'm gonna go ask her before I do that.
Hi, did you eat?
You got the mail already, right? No? Okay, so I'll get the mail. I think the light's been on for a while. And it's gone. It's off.
doesn't look like. Drop it down. But it could be anything, so.
Did we have mail?
Yeah.
And it's all junk?
There you go. And you're right. It's a stupid death payment thing again. $100,000 dad died.
They just won't. I mean, I get so many of them, it kind of makes me scared.
Yeah.
Like they're jinxing us.
Oh. That's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Don't forget. John,
Yeah, I just wanted to see. It just said John Limke in it, so didn't figure it would hurt. You know, seeing is believing too sometimes.
Yeah, I know. Okay, huh?
It is about time to take my supplements. So. Oh no, careful. Instead of lagging me, my throat, come here. Someone's got some spring in the moon. About anything, honestly. Alright. Little one. That's very about your little one. Sorry. It's because you got me that way. Man. To fucking no. Fuck. Oh, you could probably hear that shit. I was basically mimicking someone. Yeah. So. Oh my goodness. goodness, is that really over here? That needs to get fucking thrown away. Oh my gosh, this has to get fucking cleaned at some point. Eventually. All the ways of any. And this suction cup that good. Oh, nice. Damn. That's really cool. It's a pic from ST314. I 3D printed my son's brain using data. I say data. From his MRI. It's really fucking cool, actually. Yeah. Looking at more, my body shows it. It does show it a lot. It's just you're using me. I need dick in me. It's like, hey, well, very direct. Fucking got some for you, but yeah, you look good. You look fucking amazing. So I don't know why you wouldn't think that. That's really neat. Today I learned by Doc Dante. Firefighters use wetting agents to make water more wet. Chemicals added reduce the surface tension of plain water, so it's easier to spread and soak into objects. That's really cool. So green LM, amazing. For press release 22. A bouncy cheese. It is a beautiful bouncy cheese. Absolutely stunning. Harry Potter, Slytherin student, original content, Adeline Frost. Gorgeous. Is that the Slytherin cosplay? I thought they were all black or whatever. I don't know. It looks really good though. Consider this to be my Happy Friday card to you. Mom meets Karma. It looks good. Gorgeous, in fact. Oh, so pretty. I really need to watch Glow. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's not that I don't like it, I don't know. I just kind of stopped watching stuff. Anyways. Well, it feels like somebody's either massaging my head or doing something to it. It's really nice. It's really comfortable. Mademoiselle. Hi. Happy International Women's Day from this boy. Coffee and mermaids. Fucking gorgeous. Like, for real, though. Thank you for my note. Of course, baby doll. It's really, actually, it looks extremely expensive. Or maybe I'm wrong. It's shiny. Shiny equates to expensive to me. I don't know if it really is. But, and then I see a little tease of the underwear in your breast, by the way, or basically amazing, essentially, right? And then you got that little double piece thing of the thong. Great picture. Great hair. Phenomenal. Love it. Just Monica, DDLC Monica. This is edited. Hell yeah. The name is Rebecca Chambers, but that's Officer Chambers, Steve. You are really cute. My goodness. It's like, for real. I really just like staring into your eyes. Anyways, the wizard. Good stuff. Adorable, more like addicted. Okay. Well, I just had to pause for a second. I'm like, you really 19? Fucking scary ass shit having motherfucker. Fucking. Anyways. Wow, indeed. Heart pasties. I've seen that go around, honestly. It's been a long time. Usually need. How about this? It's good. I like the landing strip. It's nice. Why am I just going off? Just go off, man. I don't fucking give a fuck. In the right position. Correct. Charlie Angels. You know. Christiana Santini. African American, Puerto Rican, Italian. More like fucking Christiana Santini, gorgeous. Fucking goddamn. Look at that. Anyways. Putanista. Don't wait to lose. Don't want to lose to a competitor. No kidding. You wouldn't. That was in front of me. Right now. Have some fun with that. Anyways. Tiana Angel. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. These brass knuckles would knock your teeth out. Yeah. They're disgusting. Love it. July, Chicago third way. She's gorgeous. She really is, isn't she? Even got like a cute ear ring right there. It's not like over the top or anything. But then she pulls it like a fucking face tattoo on the edge right there. Or am I just not looking at that right? No, that's it. It looks good. It's a good tattoo. I like it. I don't know what it says, but it looks cool. And of course her freckles face, so everything's really, she's good. Looks really good. So Sebi Serbica is on the newest set of post stamps in Serbia. Neat as fuck. I love that. Solomon Islands threatened to blacklist companies after a reversible oil spill disaster. Good. Fucking nice. Bailey Rapist receives a plea deal and gets off without prison time after raping a woman at a party. That's fucking bad, and that's on the Rage subreddit. That's fucking not cool. Angie Shrilnikova. Millhouse isn't mean. Millhouse isn't she gorgeous. She is gorgeous, gorgeous with neon hair. That's not just fucking every goddamn fucking post. Every day, guys. It's like a fucking upstore grab. Fucking dang. And you have like that, like, curve, like the, what, the stomach, you know, like, it's got like slight love handles, and then like the tummy, which is all, oh, man. Just damn. Spin that around, show me what you working with, because that's gorgeous, really is, amazing, truthfully, that's top tier. Very damn, damn guy. Look at the booties. Perpetually 22. There's 31F. This makes sense though, doesn't it? Does it? In the context of some things, yes. I don't know if it's the things that you're thinking of, but yes. Damn. Cephonic see-through redhead. Indeed. A single dose of psilocybin enhances creative thinking, empathy up to 7 days after use, study finds, providing more evidence that psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, can improve creative thinking, empathy, and subjective well-being, which I would love to get some motherfucking shit, yeah. Barney Gambino, stripy socks. Those are pretty neat socks. I'm more interested in the face. She's got them like, come here, eyes. You know, I don't know what she's really doing. What do you really do with your arms in that moment? Just let shit happen. Right? I just kind of want to dive down. Get some stuff ready. Talk a little bit, maybe kiss, you know. See what I'm thinking of in the moment. The smitten kitten with the flash. Where is she? I don't know. Looks like a room. But there's a camera. It's you have gorgeous, sis. Gumiho cosplay, Bensu or Squish, Ryuku or Yumio arts. I don't get tired of Ryuku. Already just so many versions of her, and so many more to come. Well, you do it well, it looks like, honestly. Neat. Okay. Wolfie. Agile reception. Yeah. D&D girl. What game do you play with me? Well, I mean, you're already laying down. Who's taking that picture? Anyways, let's not think about that. If you got the wonderful ponytail, you're already laying down, playing a game. You really need to stop playing your game. Let me just get in there. I'll just lift your hips up a little bit so I got better position. Maybe. This motto's Sammy Samuelson. Look at that Instagram model. Hawking them ingredients. Get that lift in, squeeze in, and clench. Uh-huh. Yeah. Have some of you actually read the Pendragon series, or have started? Apparently. There's this Manica Mariko. It's a fucking great post. Frey of Volpine, Lazy Day. I love the little cute bell choker bow thing. Just want to put a little thing, attach it to it, and walk you around. It's everywhere. Be my little doll. You posted that. You already said that. Burner 33. Hugh's got a little bit of a butt on her too. Yeah, no fucking kidding. That. Very cute too. On her bed, personal C. I like the nails color and the stockings too. The regular stuff. Yeah, let's stop talking. Let's move on. Someone who needs to slap this smile up on face make me fucking cry. Bitch, you have no idea. If you had my number. What? Because I'm like, I can make you cry pretty fucking fast. It's not that hard. I just need some pliers. And... Whoa! Let's not go that way. I can also go like, hey, so... No, we're not going real. No! I love that voice shake. Like, please don't. Oh, dude. Here's some slapping. nipple clamp twisting, pussy rubbing. I'm gonna sit on your fucking stomach, make it hard for you to breathe. Put my hand on your throat and slap you from side to side. He, burp, 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 burp. Pull your hair, kiss your forehead. That's not gonna make me cry. I know. Maybe I'm not in the mood to make someone cry right now. I don't know. What would you do? I mean, that probably hurts quite a bit already. It's pain to make you cry. It depends on your tolerance and levels to pain. If you want psychological crying, that's a different thing. If you want that, it's a whole situation. You know? Because I'm like, from stomach, slide on up, grab your hair, fuck your face, put my other hand on your throat, ride you like a fucking goddamn pony, dollar, kitty, ride. Yeah, it doesn't work. I know. It's a back in the day. Walmart used to have those little fucking rides that you pay like $1 or whatever. You ride on them. You know, do rhythmic. Oh my goodness. Over and over and over. Slap, 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 slap. Over and in and out and in and out. Get you a little breath as I slide down. Spit on your face, tell you you're my bitch. Who's my fucking slutty whore motherfucking bitch? Do everything I tell you to. Anyways. God damn it. Yes, was an Asian race play. Why would you want? Yeah, I would. You're not really into the race. I look at it and every time I'm like, meh. I really can't get into it. I know people all do get into it. I don't know. Like, yeah. From above, you know what I love to tell. Yeah, I fucking love your hair color and them tits, girl. You got a cute face, too. Western Eyes Taser. Oof, that would suck. Don't know artist name, but damn. Yeah, no fucking kidding. Goes that on Western Hentai. It's pretty fucking accurate. I feel like it's a trace of somebody almost. To some degree, and some other parts, you know. Maybe more exaggerated, maybe less, I don't know. Damn though. Yeah, right? Alright.
Going to miss purple tires, to be honest. Yeah, is that going? What are they changing it to? Fine Booty. On display, posted by Fine Booty. Very much on display. Lovely. Night Visitors, Evil Pancake. Lovely. Lovely fucking piece. Worn out. Yeah. Rhythmic Thumb Drive. You really did like that Rhythmic Thumb Drive, didn't you? It was really good in yeah, man. Just fucking great ASMR. Elsa's. It does look like an Elsa. Skinny, sexy fuck girls. No, they're sexy fuck girls. No, they're sexy ass fuck girls. That's the thing. Anyways. Very, very sexy. Same with mini black set. What? Gorgeous body. Yeah, at least a very good angle. Anyways. Alexandria Ivy. Very good. Susan girl with a great smile. Rhythmic Thumb Drive. Shishin Kush. The CPA guy. Xmas girls. Guy starts after climbing the Lookout Mountain. Balloons later. Yeah. That's a really neat drawing of Rambo using Andrew Jackson's face on a $20 bill. That's really fucking cool. I mean, the government is probably like, that's defacing currency, it's a felony, Secret Service hates you, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it looks cool, man. Ran across groove for taking these. Usually have sort of having a bad body image day. No, you shouldn't. You look fucking gorgeous. Look at that. Yeah. Anyways, right across groove. I like that. Yeah, I've seen this. My Disney powerlifter Scott Mendelson developed this Terra Brothers attempting to lift 325 kilograms, which is a lot if you didn't know. Like, to put that in perspective, I'm just going to put my weight that I think I'm at now in kilograms. Like, 295 to... That's 133 kilograms. So 300, what was it? 325 kilograms. He's lifting almost, not quite, probably about like 2 point something,
Alright.
percent, but almost 3 times my weight. So, yeah. Dude's just like smiling like way out of wood or like fucking nothing. I'm like, with the fucking pecs and everything he has, I'm like, are you able to... No, shut up. So talk. Surfing is fun. Yes, indeed. Glasses have a market of 1,000% to former scrapped executives reviews why. There's one huge company called, Luxottica, Lissier and Luxottica that controls virtually the entire supply chain and market. The only thing it doesn't is basically Ray-Ban, I think. And so, yeah, they let it go on. Got a lot of scrubs. Tap Cat 20, Bootyful Friday, Who Play at Work. Fucking damn. Look at that booty. Chuck, oh my god, I love your tattoos too. Like, Voice Python and Pokies. Look at you. Ordinary Madness. And that, Scarabale. I love the whole, surrendering pose. It's really fucking, yeah. Oh, look at this. She's got a life bar heart tramp stamp from Zelda. Another one from Hilo Fox, back on 18. That's really neat. I'm sure any love for Harry, You're not a fan of Harry, I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I'd still get in there. Just, why don't you, I need to go, actually, now I think about it, get my own fucking shit done. So, how about if I could order somebody around with no fucking care in the world about what I do, I'd be like, fucking shave that shit. Go get that shit waxed. Get it slap good, that pussy fat, it looked like a tree. Oh my god, that ass too. It's so damn neat. Just want to get all up in ya. Want to throw stuff in there. You should have those boobs in that lingerie. Fucking Liz 103 down. Good looking. You disappeared for a while, that's true, yeah. I saw that, I kind of went through the things, I saw, having to do things to make it work. Fucking good looking, by the way. Lakers fan. I love these the little leotard that has that snap open. That one thing. Oh my goodness. Fucking yes. Wearing your cozy socks. They look good. Both mischievous. You, however, take the entire goddamn prize of that picture. I mean, yeah, okay, say it's the socks, yeah. Look at that. Do you a sneak? Ready? Let's see if you're. Fuck yeah, you are. Damn. Fucking. Oh man, I just want to slap that. Although you don't look happy. Like, good positioning, but
like, you're kind of sneering at me. I'm like, why? Let me just fucking wipe that fucking sneer off your face right now. What did you do? After I grab you by the hair, slap you in the fucking face, throw your head on the damn fucking bed, you know, kind of deal. Rub you, just fucking grind your head into there. It's like, what was that fucking sneer for, you little bitch? I didn't fucking say anything about you sneering. You said you're gonna be in position. And that's your new position, isn't it? Fucking point that ass out. Slap it. Come on, spread those legs a little wider. Come on, fucking. Come on. What else? Oh. Were you still here? I disregarded you for a second. Yes, I do still have your hair in my hand, don't I? Well, you do seem to be ready. Why don't you beg me for it like you should? Fucking. I didn't say you could swear, did I? You're gonna beg me in the sweetest, nicest way possible. Worshipping the entire time. Please, just